Hello. I'm on early enough for you to watch. Well, that's only because Nari wanted to watch the sunrise. Now she's trying to get that rabbit. She sees that rabbit that's out there. Am I dying? No, it's just my normal morning congestion. That's the first time I tried to talk, so my throat was like, what are you trying to do to me here? Oh, sun's almost ready. Nari, you need to be paying attention to the sunrise, not the bunny rabbit. She looked at me like, you all by yourself. I should be actually running right now, but or getting ready to run. I'm not even dressed. No, I'm not even dressed, am I? Oh, geez. No, you're not gonna go chase the rabbit. No, you get back here. You're not chasing that rabbit. I'm not opening that side door for you to chase the bunny. You're making her ears bleed. Jeez. Jeez. Huh. Ooh, there's those coyotes. They're out there talking still. They were not too far away from the van this morning. About an hour ago. Actually, yeah, about an hour ago. No, I'm not opening the side door. Don't be giving me that little puffy, sassy whatever. You're gonna stay in the van and not chase the bunny rabbit. Especially being that those coyotes are still out there somewhere. Don't give me any sass. We're not doing sass. No, you're not doing sass this morning. What are you doing? Oh, you're stretching the arms. Oh, geez. Thank you. Licking my ears is not going to help get you outside. I finished drinking my hydration stuff so we can be ready for our run. We got a big run today, 3-hour run today. At least probably closer to 4 the way I've been running lately. Maybe we'll cut the difference. We'll say 3.5-hour run today. Oh, here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. Doody doo doo. It's almost there. Almost there. And I say, doo 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 doo. crazy how on those mountains way over there where the sun's coming up over the top, I can see like the trees and vegetation on the very top of the ridge, and that's like 20 miles away. Actually, probably more than that even. Probably 30 miles away. What? Don't look at me like that. Just enjoy the sunrise. I totally just looked back at me, looked at my blender bottle where I'm drinking my hydration stuff, looked back up at me like, you want to finish, hurry up, finish drinking that so we can get going? Not even dressed yet. Not even out of the covers yet. Sound alerts don't work. Might have to just take and just delete them and start all over or something. You're missing it. Here comes the sun. You're missing it. Why is there a fly? Get over here. Go chase the sun. Yeah, see, you're missing the sunrise. It's right there. No, the sun's right there. Don't stare at me. Stare at the sun. Well, I mean, don't stare at the sun, but... Yeah, I know, that sounded awful. You're like, telling me you want me to stare at the sun? Oh, man. Can't read chat now because my thing turned off. I love how I hit the button at nighttime to try and... to turn the screen off, and it doesn't turn off until I hit it like 7 times. But now, barely touch it, it turns off. What sense does that make? Oh, my eyes are all itchy. It tells me there's more dust in the air today, which I can see now. There's definitely more dust in the air. Okay, I'll open the door really fast though. I wasn't gonna miss the sunrise. Gosh dang, you're so sassy. I don't know why. There we go. Now I can breathe better. Well, oh, there it is. See, I missed the beginning of it. Gosh dang. All because of her. I don't know what she's doing. She didn't even go in the direction where the bunny rabbit was. I don't know why she wanted to go outside so bad. Well, that sun is fully up now. But because of the glare and everything, you guys can't see it very well. Either that or my stream manager's bugged. I'm not delayed that much. Oh, there we go. It was bugged for some reason. Man, what a gorgeous freaking morning. Ooh, it is 48 degrees out right now, too. Let's put that on. Put that on. Although I need to turn that on, but I'll put that on. I thought I had that right there. The heck? There we go. I know I changed that, so why the heck was it way down there? I don't know. What shoes are we gonna wear today? I think we're gonna wear the Catamount, actually. I could wear the normals though. I think we'll wear the normals. So let me see what that looks like. Okay, so that is off the screen a little bit, so let me move that over this way. That's good, that's good, that's good. Might put this, maybe. No. That, yeah, that's that. Okay, let's move that over there. Let's move this down here. For right now, move this back. Okay, I can move that up. Okay. And then let's move this down right above that, maybe. Or we could put it maybe right there. How's that look? That doesn't look too bad. I kind of want to make that smaller. Can I make this smaller? I don't know if I can. Let's see if we can. Doesn't look like I can. Oops, what is this? What happens if I do this? I don't know, but I don't want to hit that button just in case. I wish I could make that smaller. Yep, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, now I broke it. Here maybe? Okay, that is how I make it smaller, but it will only let me... It won't let me make it any... Oh, maybe right here. Oh, there we go. Hi, sweet girl. I'm trying to fix this to make it a little bit Doesn't need to be as big on the screen. Yeah, it doesn't need to be as big on the screen. And then we can put that up there. There we go. That's way better. Now let's take this one. Nope, not that one. Can I get to it? It's not gonna let me get to it. Okay, we'll go here. Turn that back on. There we go. Can I make this a little bit smaller too? Oh, that's as small as I can make it right there. Okay. Okay, well, I guess that's good. I like that layout a little bit better. I think I'm gonna do this. Hold on. And try and grab. Can I grab that? Okay, let me grab this. There we go. Why won't you let me grab it? Okay, well that sucks. I can't grab my... Okay, well we're just gonna turn that off. Well, I don't know. Can I grab it? Why won't you let me grab it? Is it because my fingers are cold? Like, it will not let me grab that overlay for some reason. Like, it should allow me to grab it. I just moved it, like... And now you won't let me grab it? Like, what the fuck? Okay, well, we're just gonna turn that off, I guess. Because I want to put... No, I want to put this down. Right there. That's, I don't think gonna work. Now that's stuck there, so I wanted to get it a little bit lower. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, I think that looks okay. And then what happens if I put this on? What does it look like? Since I can't move it. Yeah, we're not going to put it on. There we go. Okay. There's my doggo. Okay, so now we got to get ready. I have to get dressed, so you guys can stare at the sun, and I will get ready to go. Let's use that right there, maybe. Okay, there you guys go. Put that right there. Hi, sweet girl. Hi. Oh my goodness. What were you doing out there? Gotta shut this door. Am I gonna hit the phone? No, I shouldn't hit the phone. It's my watch. I can't see what's going on. Here we go. Let me take that off now. There we go. Had to get her dressed too. Yeah. Had to try and charge my batteries a little bit this morning. Didn't quite get maybe, about an hour and a half of charge. So we're probably back up into the high 70s range again. I gotta blow my nose. You blew my nose. We'll do this down here. It'll be a lot easier. There we go. The freeway traffic is extra loud today for some reason. Don't know why it's extra loud. That out, because we're gonna wear our running harness. I guess we'll go with this. Wow, if you're in the shade, it feels extra like frigid out here. Even it's 48 degrees. Like, it was nice and sunny before. What the heck kind of notification is that? I have no idea. Definitely tell this shirt that I'm wearing is old Run Club shirt, and it is quite old. It's a little wore out. I've worn it for a few years, but it's like a really good quality shirt, so I didn't want to get rid of it, but it is clearly a tummy shirt. That's okay. There's just like lots of like little, like the last 3 or 4 days, this time of the morning, there is so much like Cessna traffic flying above us. There's a helicopter over there. I don't know what that is. I need to check something. That is still good. Had to make sure my stream manager was still up. It is. It's weird though, I'm only running 100 kilobytes here, but it still says I'm good. Oh, there we go. Now we're up to 450. Maybe that helicopter going overhead blocked my, had a jammer on it or something. Okay, so I got anything left in here? Nope. Now it's telling me I have a weak network. What the heck? Makes no sense. Here we go. I can definitely tell it's like extra dusty because, oh, I need to start my overlay. Hold on, everybody. On Twitch. Since we are not watching the sunrise anymore because the sunrise is already done. I won't worry about the YouTube. I could change YouTube too, but it's okay. Like my throat and nose have a little bit of extra congestion this morning, so I can definitely tell it is extra dusty in here, and it truly is. I mean, I can see the haze now. I mean, I saw the haze before the sunrise came up. There we go. Like, you guys can see the haze. That is nothing but dust. So, like, I can tell. And the weird thing is it's nice and cool this morning. 48 degrees. You can tell it's a little more humid, which is weird because it was the last 2 days has been super dry and hot, but you can smell like a little bit of dampness in the air almost. Gosh dang, I don't know what's going on with my throat. I need another cup of coffee, I think, to help break it up a little bit, but that's okay. We'll be fine. Like, I feel, it's not like it's really bothering me. It's just, I could tell trying to talk and everything. It feels like you got something, like, you know, a frog in your throat or whatever they say. It's hard for me to see because of that sun. I do not want to trip on these rocks. So we will just walk down to the trailhead and then we'll go. we are gonna go and try and run to the top of the bench, up the little canyon over here, a ravine. It's not really a canyon, it's a ravine. And that's the other hard part, is like up here, like this is the Black Canyon Trail. This ain't really a canyon either. The canyon's more down that way. But I guess in a way it is a canyon. It's not what I picture with a canyon though. But up where we go up, that is clearly a ravine. That's not a canyon. Because a canyon cuts through things. That is just like a ravine coming off the bench, where the drainage comes off the bench down into here, or one of the things that comes down into here. It's not really, it's not the main thing. The main thing goes up towards like Crown King or whatever, that direction. Whew. Feels a little chilly, but that sun is going to be warm. Give that sun another hour and it's going to be downright freaking sweltering out here, I think. The sun's only been up for half an hour now. Not even. I don't think. I don't know what time it is. What time is it? 8:09, yeah, about half an hour is when we saw it finally get up above the clouds. I think it was around 7:40, I would say. Let's see where doggo is. We heard coyotes down here, like right in this exact area, at about 6:30 this morning. And then even when we were waiting for the sunrise around 7:30, I heard one down here somewhere in this area. So a little worried about her running off. And if she senses danger, she'll run back to me. Hopefully the cows are still in the corral. I do know there's a herd up towards the top of the bench wandering around up there, so we'll have to pay attention just in case I need to put her on the leash. But it will definitely be good until we get to the gate. Which is probably around mile 6. So, I mean, really, we don't have to go that much further past that anyways. So we might just turn around there, and then we'll come back here and maybe do an extra mile that way. But we'll see. Okay, not only can I see since we changed direction, but I can, the trail is a lot nicer than that rocky road too, so. Oh, my legs do feel a little stiff today, so we're gonna have to just take it easy for a bit, but should be okay. My dude on TikTok that I replied back to never did like comment or anything back. And it's funny because he all of a sudden another thing popped up on my FYP, and of his videos. And his whole video was for people just to follow him on Strava and all this. And on there, he even said that he doesn't have everything posted on public. I'm like, why wouldn't you? What are you trying to hide? But it kind of makes sense when he's sitting there spouting stuff about how, like, he totally is one of those guys. You could tell he's one of those guys that are like, if you're not running a 6-minute mile pace on every run, like, no easy days, you know, basically is his philosophy. And he probably does do some easy days, and those are the ones he doesn't make public. I think he's hiding those. Because it's not like he's a freaking elite runner by any means that is, you know, getting ready, you know, training for, like, you don't even see it too much on your road racing of any, even the elite athletes, like hiding any of their training stuff. It's usually your trail people training for, like, say, Western States or UTMB, like these big races. So like Jim Walmsley will do it, you know, hide portions of his training until after the race, and then he'll make it public, just because he doesn't want his competition to know how his training is going or whatever. So you'll see that. You don't ever see that on the road. And this guy, he's not competitive anyway. He's not like a freaking pro. He's probably competitive, but he's not a freaking pro. Like, there's no reason to hide anything. I don't hide anything. Now, I don't have, sometimes I don't wear my watch, so not everything I do is on Strava, because sometimes it's just nice to take a break and not worry about pace or anything. Just, not that I ever worry about pace, obviously. If you come to my streams, you know I don't worry about pace. I just come out here to have fun, and that's a lot of what this training block has been. That's why I haven't done tried to do any sort of like tempo runs or anything. This training block has just been all about training hours or miles, however you calculate it. I say miles roughly when I'm talking to people, because that's how they usually think. But in my brain, when I do my design of my when I design my training plan, it's hours. And that's why I said, like, today's run is like a 14 to 16 mile run, because I'm shooting for 3 hours. So let's see, like a 3 hour run, but we'll see. I may not end up even doing 14 the way I've been moving lately. I can definitely tell this overreaching I've been doing this last few weeks on this training block, because it's such an abbreviated training block, is definitely starting to wear on me. Normally, if I was to do something like this, I would be doing a lot of cross training, like a lot of stationary bike, but I don't have access to that. Even if I was in Montana, still wouldn't have access to it because they got rid of the stationary bikes in my gym, and they got these little sit-down pedal machines is all it is. It's not a bike at all. It's literally just a sit-down pedal machine. Oh, those legs need to loosen up. That sun is now starting to get warm. I can feel it. My hands are still, like my fingers are still super cold and stiff, but like my shoulders and back of my neck are starting to get warm. My legs really need to loosen up. Somebody just went by on the road down there. Ow! How the heck do I kick a rock when I'm not even running? I'm just walking and somehow freaking kick the rock. Good thing I cut my toenails yesterday, because I probably would have broke a toenail right there. Somebody did drive down on the road. There's the best trail. I don't know if I chance not putting her on the leash up here in a little bit or not. Like, if those cows are still in the corral, that would be, I could probably get by without her being on the leash. Like, she'd want to go and say hi to the cows. I think she would follow me. Oh man, my freaking legs are just stiff. I need to loosen up. Also yesterday, all our runs when I kept rubbing into things, I was like, God damn, I'm getting scratched all the heck. So last night, I'm just freaking, I had like an itch on my leg. So I like scratched my leg and there was something hard there. What the heck? And then I look, and I had this big old red mark. But you can still see the red mark on my leg. See if I can show you guys here. Come on. Nope, nope. Nope, camera does not want to cooperate. Yeah, it's right there. I can't show you guys because the camera's being stupid. And now it won't even straighten out. Let's go. Why will you not straighten out? Hello? If I do this, it'll help. Anyways, I had a freaking cactus needle in my leg. And like, it was a big old red spot, and I don't know how long it had been in my leg, because it was starting to even get a little bit of a like a little like pussy spot, you know, on the thing too. Like, god dang, I've at least been in there since yesterday morning. If not the day before even, who knows? But I'm like, where the heck did I get that from? And it definitely wasn't a prickly pear, because the needle was not that big. If anything, it would have been see if I can find this, whatever type of little cholla there is out here, which I don't see it was that either. Or there's those little tiny cactuses. I don't know how I could have got that because those are so small. I wouldn't have rubbed against it like these. Could have been something like that. Or it could have been, oh, here's the little cholla. One of these I might have rubbed against. This is probably what it was, is this right here. But, because that's the only thing that would have had the right size of needles. I mean, maybe a saguaro, but I don't know how I would have rubbed against a saguaro and not noticed. But I do remember, like, those little chollas kind of accidentally hitting one. Whew. Okay. I'm actually starting to sweat. That's not going to be good. Are we going to have enough water for this? I mean, she'll be good for a little bit because it is still really cool out. She'll eventually start feeling the heat from the sun. And my legs are still not loosened up yet. We're well over a mile into this. The heck? Like my right hip flexor, I can feel a little bit. That would be from all the vert yesterday. And then really the last 2 days, which is weird because the reason why you got to do a lot of flat running is because the thing you'll feel the most is your hip flexors. My calf muscles are on both legs are super stiff. That's the thing I feel the most right now. And that definitely makes sense with all the vert we've done the last few days. Oh. It's hard to see what the sun is. When we turn one direction, like on that last little bit, the sun is shining, hitting the back of my sunglasses just right that I can't see shit. Okay, let's keep going. Keep it going. Oh man. Now she's starting to get wound up, so she's gonna get all hot. So we're gonna get close to the top now. Guaranteed. I mean, we still got an hour before we get to the top, so Man. In a way, not in a way, I am so glad that this is my last longish run. I'm over it. I'm at that mode now where I don't want to be held to how long I have to be out somewhere or anything like that. I just want to, if anything, just explore. Or, you know, even just hike instead of running. Just enjoy the morning. Okay. Once we get up over this wash, this next wash, I have to make sure I get her put on the leash. Wherever she's at. I don't hear her. Oh, she's, holy cow, she is way over there. Gosh dang. What the heck is she doing? Like, she is like full on just like said F you. Which is funny because there's some rabbits over here that are moving. She totally missed it. She's off yonder. Climb up on top, get in here, and I'll try and put her on the leash before we get to the road. I should be able to. Oh gosh dang it. Ow. So glad that's not a mesquite. That still hurt. So the trail super eroded here. So I was coming up to the side because it was easier going, not paying attention that that's where the freaking tree is. Oh man, that hurt. I'm just glad it's not a mesquite because I'd be probably picking out thorns out of the side of my face and my ear. Sweet girl, why don't you slow down? She's like, you by yourself. You drive. What about yourself? Where's she at? I gotta get her attention. Nari, come here. Nari, come here. Hey girl, come here. Nari, hey, Nari, come here. Nari, Nari, pay attention to me. Come here. No, come here. No, right here. Nari. Nari, come here. Come here, you. Oh, you girl. You girl. Yeah, thank you. I know, you're not. You don't want to be held back by the man. I know. You're like, I'm wild and free. You can't restrict me. You can't restrict this wild horse. Dude, oddly enough, really good if she's not recalling. As long as I have a leash on me, It's funny because if I have a leash on me, I just pull out the leash, and then she's totally like, comes, you know, she recalls. It is so weird. I don't get it, but whatever. Whatever. Oh, look, there's little puppers. Oh, let's go. Okay, the cows are not in here anymore. Oh, you know what? It just dawned on me. That was Julie and Fox. I know that dog. That is the famous Fox. Well, I know exactly what they're out here for. Trail marking for the race course. Okay, I'm a little worried because those cows weren't in there, but I do not want to run with her on the leash the whole time. Hold on. Here we go. I remember 2 years ago at Hard Rock, we had like a little get together one night, so I showed up. I don't usually do that kind of thing, social gatherings I mean. And I didn't really know a lot of people there because it is like all pretty much Aravaipa running community people, and a lot of people that work at Aravaipa. And I only know a few people that work at Aravaipa that I, you know, deal with or whatever. But like I said, there's a lot of the running community too. I don't know any of them hardly. But had a little barbecue and stuff, and Jubilee and Fox were there. And I don't know what, Jubilee was doing something. I don't know what she was doing. She was gone though, but Fox was there. Fox came and was just content. Just I'm like, oh man, because this would have been, you know, what, 6 months after Nessa had passed away. So I was like, oh. She is easily one of the in the ultra running community. So, and she like started off just, I don't know what she was doing with her Vipa, but not race directing, and just kind of, I guess you could say, worked her way up, even though it wasn't really a work her way up. It was they needed a race director, and she was clearly the choice. And so they approached her to, hey, do you want to do this? Like, she had no experience or anything, and they still were like, she is the person we need. And so she does Black Canyon, she does Javelina. There might be one more race in there. I don't think so, though. I think those are the only two that she does. I mean, that'd be full time right there, just dealing with those two races. You know, two of the biggest races in the U.S. Both of them are golden ticket races for Western states. Although, is this Black Canyon, is it a super ticket? I'm not sure. It might be this year. Which means the top 3 get tickets versus the normal, which is the top 2. I think it is a super ticket race. That's what they call it. Oh. I'll catch up, because like I said, I don't have any goal pace or anything. We're just out here having fun, so I'll be curious to see how well our signal does today. Last week when we did this run, it surprisingly did a lot better than I thought it would. Like, we kept signal pretty much the whole way up. There was just a couple dead spots, but I didn't lose my stream at all, which was surprising to me. So, curious to see. I wonder what direction they're going. They must be going this way. And then they're probably going to go back, go out the other way for a little bit too. Oh. As far as course marking goes, again, this area you'd have to do a little bit more because of all the like 4-wheeler trails that are in here, and it's a little more wide open and everything. But that other side, like where we first went, you wouldn't have to mark too much. Oh, I am sweating already. Isn't that good? Not good. Man, I feel like an ass now that I didn't stop and say hi to Jubilee. I don't know who that guy was, but I probably know him too. But he had his back turned, so I didn't get to see. And who knows, she might have, it might only be him doing the course marking, and she might have, is just gonna drop him off and then go pick him up further down the trail or something. You never know. You know, he might just go to Bumblebee, like from there to Bumblebee or something. See, gosh dang, there's so many freaking rabbits out here. And not like jackrabbits, like the long-haired, what do they call it? Long-eared hares. Long-haired ears. Long-eared hares. These are like just the little bunny foo-foos. So many of them. We do see a jackrabbit every now and then too. These are all just little cottontails. Oof, does. I am starting to get warm. I thought we might get an hour before it started to heat up, but yeah, it's starting to get warm out here. Looks like she's driving up that way, so I wonder if she dropped off that guy who's gonna come this way, and she's gonna go to the top maybe. I do see what looked like the same vehicle is now driving up the road up to where we're gonna be at, so we might see her up there, because we're at least gonna make it, I think, to where that first aid station location is. Right there where we saw them was where the second aid station location is. Oh man, it's a good thing I pooped this morning, because I think I would be having a bathroom emergency as gassy as I am. Why? If you're gonna do course marking, wouldn't you think you would start at the top and come this way? So it's downhill instead of climbing uphill? Maybe we're still gonna do that, who knows? She might have somebody else in the vehicle, I don't know. Like, everybody must know something I don't. Since everybody left, I'm like, what the heck? What is up with these? This grass is like got some weird white stuff on it almost. I don't know what that is. Like, it looks like it would be frost. It's not frosty yet though. Didn't even get cold enough last night for frost. It only got down to 48. I had my back door cracked open, and my exhaust fan turned on just because it brings in the cooler outside air right over the top of me that way. I took 2 of my blankets off, so I only had like 2 blankets versus my 4, because they're not like heavy blankets at all. And I was still kind of warm, but that guy's coming this way. Course marker is probably going to beat us up the hill. Oh, just walking slow as I'm moving this morning. Maybe, what are we at right now? Yeah, so I might be moving at a 15-minute average, 15-minute per mile average. I mean, right now, every time I'm running, I'm doing like 9 something, sub 10s. But then I still have to walk for a bit. My walking speed is like 20-minute. So if you average the two, that would be 15-minute miles. And right now I'm walking. Watch hasn't updated yet. There we go. Give it another 5 seconds. I'm walking at 18:15. So that's actually a lot faster than I normally do, but this ain't that steep uphill either. Yeah, that was a 14:20 mile, that last mile. Which is kind of weird because I feel like I ran quite a bit of that first part. Whatever. Oh, maybe get around the corner up here and then I should get decent signal again. I mean, it's still holding on, but it should get better. It'll get worse before it gets better. We're getting really close to this ridge line right here to my right hand side. Funny, this part right here, for sure would be 0 signal. Surprisingly, I have a little bit. It must be bouncing off of the mountain to the left of us here, because we're not quite over the ridge here yet. And I am like stuck right to the side of it, on the right hand side. I need to watch the single track podcast prediction show. Be interesting to see who they pick. I think, there's a lot of big names, talent, toeing the line. And I think, it'll be interesting to see on the women's side, because there is so much talent. I don't even know who even to pick as a favorite there. And it's the same thing on the guy's side. But I really think Eli Hemming might win on the guy's side. It'd definitely be interesting to see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just got cactus needles in you. She was all up inside of a cactus there. 50K now that they have this short series. If I would have known that they're going to have this short series, World Trail Major short series, I would have signed up for that race. Because it's only a 50K, I'd recover good enough for the next week for my 100 mile. But because of that, there are so many like high talent running on 50. I think women's side, I don't know, Corinne Shalboy, she might be the one. For the 50K. The guys side, it's a toss up again. It's like have that much talent running on a 50K for the race, being that the 100K is the golden ticket race, you know, and everybody wants a gold ticket. But I don't know, like on the women's side for the 100K, it's like you got, wow, I don't know, like Katie Asmuth and MK and Tara Dower. Tara Dower can do really well if she can stay on her feet. Her big problem is not tripping and falling, and you know, like she fell like 15 times last year, just was all bloodied, and still finished what, like 5th or 9th or something like that. It's like, so there's a lot of talent. I mean, there's always talent, even if it's not a gold ticket, because that's a world race as well. But I think that one's on the, is that one on the UTMB circuit? It might be on the UTMB World Series. So you get like, you know, high profile people there. But a lot of the guys that are, guys or girls, I guess, that are going to be racing that race already have entrance to Western States, because they either already have a golden ticket or they finished in the top 10 last year. So I was like, so then you're like, is anybody gonna get a golden ticket? Because I think you can only, does it go down to the top 5? I think is all that the golden ticket will roll down to. So if the top like 5 people already have entrance to Western States, then that means nobody gets a golden ticket. So it's like a little crazy in that aspect. At least in this section, my dog won't do a lot of wandering. She still gets way up ahead of me, and there's all these little, you know, you're following the contour of the canyon here, so it's like so many corners and little ridges that she gets so far ahead of me, and I don't know where she's at. This morning, just because when I woke up, none of my normal streamers were on. I gotta plug my phone in really quick. We're on yet, but there's, I don't know how, hadn't popped up before, but say hello to my face. There we go. Some girl was fishing. She does it like almost every day for like 2 hours in the morning. She must go to work or something after that. But yeah, for like 2 hours every morning, she's fishing. I'm like, what? How have I not found this before? Like, it's so cool. And then, like, I'm watching her chat, and there's all these other streamers inside of her chat that also do fishing streams. And I'm like, I didn't even know people did this. Which is what a lot of people say when they find out about me out here running on trails and stuff. But there's a few more running streamers. Now, a lot of them don't do. So, is that a tree or is that? No, it must be a tree. I was gonna say, is that a tree or is there a vehicle up there? Funny thing is, like, TrailRunning, I watch him a lot, mostly lurk. A lot of these streamers don't even know I'm in there watching, but I watch him a lot. But he's like you know, he doesn't do a lot of running, but his channel's called TrailRunning. Like, and my channel is older than his. He does a lot of like gym and fitness, and I mean, he's a bodybuilder. So, like, he does competitions and stuff. But, and then you have Run Dan Run, but most of his streams aren't running. They're like other stuff, but he does at least 2 or 3 2 or 3 a week of him out there running. Like 95% of my streams are running streams. And then, like I said the other day, I'm like pretty close to my, well, it was yesterday morning, I was talking about it, how I'm close to my 5-year as an affiliate. And I still only have, like, you know, 230 followers is all. And it just boggles my mind, like, what am I not doing that all these other running streamers are that aren't even doing running most of the time? Like, I don't know how many Dan has, like, you know, thousands of followers on Twitch, and Cole has, oh, I think his name is Joe. Is it Joe? I think, maybe not, or what his actual name is. He has thousands of followers. Now, him I get. I mean, he's a good-looking guy. I can say that as a straight guy. I can say he's a good-looking guy. I can get why. And he does a lot of, like, gym bro stuff. So I get it. But I'm like, I really want to grow the channel, but just because I want to reach new people and inspire them to just get out and run. I don't know what I'm doing. I need to do collabs of some sort. but I don't know how to do that. I mean, I know how to do it, but I mean, I don't know. It'd be hard to do as a running, you know, thing. You could do it, but it'd be hard to do. I definitely, I don't know, how would you do that? I'd almost have to have a second phone. With like a Discord channel or something so that I could hear the other streamer. Chat wouldn't be an issue because if you do a collab, you can combine chats. But oh man, and I am complaining, but I'm not really complaining because I like my small community. It would be nice to be bigger, more relevant. I need to figure out how you get featured on the front page on Twitch. That's what I need to do. I could have done, I really wanted to, but I just couldn't fit it into my schedule. But I could have done a charity stream a couple months ago because they were doing stuff like that where you'd be on the front page if you like had a charity thing scheduled and all that kind of stuff. Like there was a whole process you had to go through, but chances were pretty good that you'd be able to get on the front page. I wanted to do it, I just couldn't fit it in my schedule. But that wasn't necessarily to be on the front page and gain followers. That was just because I wanted to do a charity stream. I only was able to raise like $50 or something like that. I think I got 2 donations as well. It's like, so it's kind of disheartening. There's a organization in Helena. It's kind of like Girls on the Run, only they do other thing other than running, but the same type of thing. Same exact like idea, just more outdoor, general outdoor focus, like biking, and they do biking, running, hiking, like all sorts of stuff with the kids. But because there's not a Girls on the Run program in Helena, and that's probably why this organization's probably been in there longer than Girls on the Run has even been in Montana. There's only 2 Girls on the Run programs in Montana, which is weird to me. You got one in Bozeman and one in Kalispell. Oh. And it's like, why don't you have one in like Missoula or Billings? I mean, Billings is 200,000 people in that area. I mean, just the town itself is 130,000. And then you add all the surrounding towns and everything, it's well over 200,000 metro area. And there's no Girls on the Run program. I mean, Missoula is like, what? It's gotta be the metro area. I think the town of Missoula itself is like 60. But if you add the metro area, it's easily got to be over 100,000. No program. Great Falls, 60,000 people. No program. It's like, what the heck? Anyways, I would like to raise charity for that program in Helena, though, because they're a separate organization, so they don't get a lot of, they don't have a national thing that helps them out, for their chapter or whatever, like Girls on the Run. Ooh, man. Good news is my calf muscles have loosened up, but this uphill is, I'm feeling it. So that all being said, that's one of the reasons why I want to grow my community, is just so I can do stuff like that more. I've been thinking about it for well over a year now, but starting a podcast. It'll be kind of a mix of everything, but at least like trying to do a weekly one, and then once a week having funny like running stories, things that have happened during races or whatever, just funny things, or just out on training runs, and having like special guests come in and just talking funny stuff. And then the rest of it being like more like running news type of things. And there's a lot of those out there, like Single Track does it, Conversational Pace does it, AJW a lot of ways does it. Crack a Brew with AJW. That's awesome podcast, actually. And there's other podcasts out there. Free Outside, Jeff Garmeyer, he does a lot of that. But a lot of the other running podcasts I listen to, like Coopcast, and those more just dive into the science of things and talk about headlining issues, I guess you could say, in a way. What's a couple of the other podcasts I listen to? Well, like a lot of the free trail stuff, like what is it, Trail Society and Subhub and the Free Trail podcast. They all talk about newsy type stuff too, but they also dive into other things. I'm way behind on listening to a bunch of these podcasts too. I just don't ever take the opportunity to do it. It'd be easy to do. There's usually 3 or 4 hours each afternoon where I'm not doing anything, or I am, but I could easily be. I'm not doing anything that requires so much focus that I can't just listen to a podcast. But all that being said, I kind of like to do a podcast. Problem is it's hard to. The reason why I didn't a year ago is because there's the environment is so busy. Where'd my dog go? I thought she went off over this direction. She must have gone that way though. Oh, she's right there. Okay. Why am I so confused? I'm like, where'd my dog go? What's that dog doing? She's trying to get herself stabbed by the cactus. That's what she's doing. She clearly does not have sensitive pain receptors. Huh. She gave me the happy smile as she ran by after I said that. Weirdo. Does. We are going in there. The gate is just up there a little ways. We're gonna have to go past the gate because we're not even gonna be close to even 6 miles. So we're almost to 5. If I got to the gate and I was close to 6, I would have just turned around and did another mile back the other direction. But we're not even gonna be close to 6. So we'll just go all the way to the top. Well, this is my favorite section right here, just because you have these junipers, and on this segment of the trail, this is my favorite section because you can smell the juniper smells. The berries are all, are those new? No. They're old. You can smell the junipers and other smells too. There's something else up here. And I smell the wind is coming from that direction, so it smells almost like laundry, like dryer sheets or something. That's what it smells like. But there's, you know, a couple camping spots up here, so it could be that, or it could just be any of these trees or whatever in here. This is completely different. Vegetation, not completely different, but I mean there's a lot of different types of vegetation compared to where we were just at a couple hundred yards ago. Somebody on the mountain bike almost had a catastrophe right there. You can see their tire tracks hit the soft spot and start going off the trail. And that is a steep little drop off there. Oh man. It is so cool back in here. Looking this way. So cool. Just sucks it. This little section here, my signal goes in and out and in and out and in and out. That was the 5 mile mark. So, the gate will be about 5 1/4 maybe. That is literally right up here. Not too far, so I thought we might be at about 6, but I guess not. That means, yeah, who knows? I guess we'll find out how far. I think we're just gonna go to where the aid station would be and turn around and come back. But the problem is I guarantee, based upon last week when we ran through here, there's probably like a net uphill course. I mean, at least the last, what would that be like? Well, at least last 5 miles would be downhill. Seven miles is mostly downhill. There's mostly flat, actually. A little bit downhill if you went this direction. There's the gate. And yeah, we'll be, like I said, about 5 1/4. We'll be almost spot on. Okay, now I'll be curious, see where these cows are gonna be. But you gotta open it for me. No, I don't. Oopsies. El Prado Racing Team, Gravel Brain Trust. We love, woof. In Chamonix because I lost my water bottle in Andorra. So it's my very expensive Solomon water bottle. Has some pretty decent stickers on it too. Ow! That's not even a pokey brush. It was this type of bush. So it's not even a pokey bush, but it's starting to wear on me. Almost to the, I was gonna say the top, but we're almost out of the canyon. We're not almost to the top. So once we get to up here, we still have about a mile to the top. And then we get to turn around and go back down. That sounds like a passenger airline. Oh. So right up there is where we kind of get out of this canyon. And then we still have a climb for about a mile. Well, the cows have definitely wandered through here at some point. I gotta worry about deer too. Last time we came down through here, there was a herd of deer that she tried to chase. Like, I was able to put her on the leash before we got to the top with that one. I'm guessing it was a steer, but man, it was a big ass steer. That's why I was like, is that a bull? I'm guessing it was a steer. So I got her on the leash before that, but she didn't even notice the big herd of cows off on the side. But then we ran into that herd. There's like, I don't know, 6 or 7 deer. Oh man. Whew. You know, you look at it from up here, looking down in that canyon that we just came up, or ravine, however you want to say it. Man, it looks a lot higher than what we've actually done. I'll bet you once we get to the top, we're only at like a little over 1,000 feet of vert, which is why this is very runnable. It's not super steep, but for somebody that hasn't done much vert other than the last 4 days, like, it's been, I mean, really, last October was the last time I did any sort of vert. Just a grindy uphill like this wears on you. Okay, well, now we are officially out of the canyon, but we still got to climb. We'll see. Now I'll look off this direction and see if I can figure out where the cows are at. I mean, we still kind of got to go around a little hill, but see, this road closed to motor vehicles, but there's people driving down this, so that's why it's always confusing. I don't get it. Because it's not closed, like, but yet it is closed. Because this isn't the single track. I get the single track having a sign like that. Which we gotta go way over there. I think. In that direction we go? Or it might be this way more, I guess. I don't see the cows out here though. Somebody camped out way over there. That's on the main road. There was nobody on that main road when I was coming in, which was weird, because across the freeway towards the Agua Fria Monument, National Monument, that place was packed, and you hardly ever see anybody camped out over there. So I wonder if people were like over here and they all moved over there across the freeway thinking, this is far enough. Because you're supposed to move, like but if you look at the way the rules are, you're allowed to camp on public land like this. Whether it's Forest Service, BLM, don't matter. And you can stay most places up to 15 days. Yeah, we're going up just to the left of this. But we're gonna climb up over the top of that. Yeah, this guy did leave. The guy that was camped up here. So we are the only person camped out in this whole area. I get worried a little bit, like, what does everybody else know that I don't know? But if you read the way the law or rules or regulations, I guess, state, you have to go, I thought it was like over 60 miles you have to move. And might only be like 45 or something, but you still have to move. That's still a long ways. And you can't go back. You have to have at least a 30-day break before going back. So that means you can't just go somewhere for 2 weeks and then go back to where you were at. That means you can go somewhere for 2 weeks, then you got to move again, 60 miles away somewhere for 2 weeks, and then you can go back to your original spot. And just do a rotation like that if needed. I definitely usually go more than however long, because however the distance is, just because I just like a change. And usually if you're within the 45 miles or 60 miles or whatever, you're not getting much of a change. Plus, usually it works out, like with doing the work I do. I'm moving every, 2 weeks anyways. Oh, geez. Or faster. That's why I like after Western States, usually I go straight over to, I think there's a seasonal spring here, but I'll usually go to straight over to Colorado for Hard Rock or Kendall Mountain. And there goes my dog. She's just running around like a crazy girl. Crazy girl she is. But this year, since there's no Kendall Mountain, I don't want to get there that early. Because I guess it doesn't really matter. I do want to explore. I get to explore other parts of Colorado that I want to do. We want to do some 14ers, so. So I can move around. But usually when I go there, I'm like, I camp out for 2 weeks. And, I find a good camping spot up there, so. But if I get there right after Western States this year, then I would have to move before Hard Rock because of the time you did. So we might go back to Montana. And this is what's weird. The high peaks in Colorado, so your 14ers by late July don't usually have a lot of snow, if any, on them. The high peaks in Montana, so anything over 10,000 feet, so 4,000 feet lower, we in late July, you're lucky if all the snow is gone. That's why last year when I was trying to do that FKT attempt, the only reason why I was even going to try and do it was because we had a low snow year. So I figured by August, because you have like a 3-week window really in Montana where the snow is melted enough in the high country and it hasn't started snowing yet. Because it'll start snowing in August. Many of the years. So it's like you got to hit that window. And I lucked into being that it was a low snow year, and I still ran into snow on that FKT, but I kept pushing it off, and then all of a sudden, last week of August, I was like looking at the weather report coming up, and it was like gonna snow, and so I was like, oh, well, I better knock this out fast. So I dropped her off overnight. Actually, no, I just dropped her off at daycare. Drove down there, because it was about a 2.5 hour drive. Quickly got out there, so now I'm doing it during the heat of the day, which it was pretty warm towards the end of the run. And you know, you're pushing yourself hard too. But I knocked it out as fast as I could, and then had to just jump right in the vehicle and drive the 2.5 hours back up, and got back just in time to pick her up from daycare. And then within what was it? It was like 3 days later it snowed, because that was the night before the rut. So I guess it would have been 4 days later, I guess. Because I think did I do it on a Friday, or did I do it on like I don't think I did it on a Friday. I think I did it on like a Tuesday or something. Or a Monday. No, it might have been Friday, I guess. So it would have been like 4 days later that it snowed. It snowed that Wednesday. Next Wednesday, so. But because I was working the rut, it was like, I gotta go knock this out now. So last week when we were here, this is where all the cows were. Well, the steer was like right here. The herd of cows was over on the other side. Aid station is right up there. A little ways. In fact, after you'll be able to see it once we, oh no, the steer was over on the other side of this ridge. The cows were over here. We're just gonna go to, since we made it this far, we're just gonna go to 7 miles. So we're gonna have to go past the aid station for a little bit, but not too much. I haven't been doing the volume this week, but I won't have anything over 8 miles scheduled for the rest of this week and next week. Well, yeah. I mean, total mileage during the day, I'll still do probably like 10 or 11 miles. In one run, I'm definitely not going to do more than 8 miles. But we'll see how I feel. Like, my goal is probably only to do 10K. And then, because I always have to do something with her at night. Even if after this run, where we're gonna do 14, 15 miles, whatever it ends up being, I'm still gonna have to do something with her tonight. Might do like what we did last night and just do a nice little leisure 3 miles or 2 miles. Last night at 3, went a 1.5 miles out, but I won't do that tonight by any means. Oh, they're already getting the signs up about the race. Watch for runners crossing the road. That must be what she's doing, while the other guy is doing the course marking. I'll betcha. Betcha. Those are clearly race signs there on the road. We still got to climb up that just a little bit though. So we're actually gonna go down this way, jump across. You can see the trail right here, and then it turns like right there to head back up to the road crossing, which is where the aid station is. And that is the first aid station on the course, for those that are wondering. I always think, like, I always hope that somebody who's racing sees my live stream and is like, oh, he's gonna be on the Black Canyon course, I'm gonna watch it so I can see what the course conditions are. Like, they may be familiar with the course, but if you're watching right now, you can see what the actual trail conditions are. Now this part of the trail is always in decent shape, but they've also been doing some trail work here. You can tell, like down there further, there was some more recent tread work done. Would have been done last week, because when we did our long run on Friday last week, it was fairly fresh looking. So like something either the day before, probably the day before, but there's a lot of tread work that they did over on this section right here too. We didn't drop down. We didn't make it all the way to where that first minor climb is. Usually they get a little, like, you know, a little rain or snow or something, you know, a week before the race, and then the cows will, so now it's like soft and muddy, and the cows will be wandering up there and make it so pucky. But it's been a week since we got any sort of moisture. So I'm guessing the traffic, and they're not expected to get any more. Like, see, you can see they did a lot of tread work right here on the trail. Whoever's been doing the trail work, I bet you it's the Black Canyon Trail Society or whatever organization it is. But anyways, even if the cows did go through a week ago, you usually get enough traffic on it between the mountain bikes and everything that'll smooth it out. Some really good tread work right here. Getting some improving, putting in some erosion drainage cuts, which will definitely help out on the trail for drainage. Whew. Actually, gosh dang, we're gonna probably, right when we get right to where the aid station is, we'll be good. Maybe we'll go a little further just to make sure we get our miles, but part of me that kind of wants to move our camp spot up on top of the hill here, and then next day, couple days, we could go out this way. I think this person saw the signs and was like, what's going on? Or maybe this trail people, who knows? Oh, Nari. Nari, come on. Nari. Nari, you want to go say hi? Go say hi. Yeah.
Are you fine? We have a beach at home.
She's a little excited because she hasn't seen too many people since we've been out here.
Are you here for the race?
Yeah, I'm one of the videographers for the live stream.
Awesome.
So.
Sorry to interrupt your run.
Oh no, I'm just out goofing off. So.
Yeah, cool. So my partner, he's running right now. I'm just gonna pick him up.
Oh, cool.
We're here for the race. He's just kind of clearing some of the course. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
And we have a beach at
Oh,
home.
Nari,
So
don't come up.
we wish we could have brought her. How old is she?
About 13 months.
Yeah. Yeah, you're a puppy. What's her name?
Nari.
Nari.
Yeah.
So sweet. You heading that way on the trail?
We're actually gonna turn around now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're just. My next big race is at Jackpot doing the U.S. 100-mile championships. So
Cool.
I'm supposed to be starting my taper. So I'm limiting myself to like 14, 15 miles today is all.
Yeah.
Huh. Enough to get her semi-tired.
That's awesome.
Yeah, figured because I'm videoing and stuff, so I was good. I know the aid station's right here, so I'm just gonna make sure everybody knows where the aid station is and all that. And but yeah, you're so excited because you get to see someone else but me.
Yeah.
So you got to see Jubilee and Fox down at where the second aid station is.
Yeah.
When we were running through there, they were getting ready to do the course markings and stuff in that
Cool.
section. So
That's awesome.
we've been out here for about a week now, and kind of weird. Usually there's a lot more people camped out here, and there's like no one.
We kind of like he's been on the trails. Third day on the course.
Yeah.
He's like, I haven't seen anybody, so
Yeah.
I would have expected to see more people. So yesterday we did Gloriana. First day, what did we do? I can't remember. Oh, the next section past this, treasure.
Oh yeah.
Treasure.
Going down to Hidden Treasure.
Yes, yes. Yeah, we haven't seen anybody.
Yeah, I ran pretty much from like right where you hit the top of the bench. I ran between that section and all the way to Bumblebee, and I've never seen any other trail runners. We saw like 3 mountain bikers like 3 days ago.
Yeah.
And we're usually out here twice because if I don't do like at least a 5K or something with her at nighttime, yeah, she doesn't settle down.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how much we run in the first part of the day.
Yeah.
She's just like...
Yeah. It takes like... Cadence, our dog's Cadence, she's 6.
Where?
And she's like just starting to slow down.
Yeah.
Her energy levels.
My last Vizsla, she died prematurely, but like she's just started to settle down a little bit. She was just about to turn 5.
Yeah. Okay, so you had a Vizsla.
Yeah.
How old was she when she passed away?
She just is like 2 weeks before her 5th birthday.
Oh.
Yeah. They never did figure out what it was. She just got sick. We were running the CDT down at the southern end in New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And we got back from a run, and I could tell that something was wrong because she had a hard time jumping up into our van.
Mm-hmm.
And then by the end of the afternoon, she was kind of wobbling and everything. And I was like, oh, we got to go. So I rushed her. I'm from Montana.
Okay.
Sorry. And so I rushed her up to our vet up there. We like just drove straight. It's like right to Thanksgiving, and drove straight up there. And they did all sorts of testing. Never did figure out what it was, and she passed away like 2 weeks after that. But now because she has the same vet, and she was like, we were just kind of talking about my last one. You want another one? And they think it was that new dog virus that's been going around. So they're like, I wonder if it was that, because this would have been right when they were first discovering that thing.
Yeah.
Huh. You want more water? You know, you're gonna make me have to give you some of my water. Oh, it's cool enough out here. I'm not really drinking a lot of water, so probably should be drinking water, but yeah. Are you ready? Huh? Ready to go back? There, you want this last little bit? I hate to waste it. Yeah, so you'll see me out here on the course throughout the day.
Through the day, yeah.
Because I'll be the guy behind the camera, and it sounds like Brett Horning is going to be my field commentator. So we'll be at a lot of the aid stations doing that kind of
Is
stuff.
that like part of the live stream then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. What's your name, sorry?
Chad.
Chad.
Chad with an S. Maybe if I'm lucky, you know, they'll let me do some run cam stuff. That's what I really like to do.
Yeah.
But I was the guy last year that was chasing Hayden in that last mile and a half at the finish line. That was me.
Yeah.
And gosh dang, I'm like, I mean, that section is so rocky, and he was doing a 540 mile. And I'm like chasing it with the camera, and then I get there, and everybody's like, did you get dropped? I'm like, no, I didn't get dropped. Like, what are you talking about? Well, then looking at the footage afterwards, there was somebody further out that was running with the camera, and he did drop them. I was like, oh, I didn't know anybody else was out there. Oh, yeah. You ready? Oh. Yeah, I know. Your harness hits your itchy spot. She got an itchy spot right on her shoulder ever since she was like 8 weeks old. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's good to meet you too. Oh, yeah.
Chat.
She obviously insists quite a bit. Huh. Huh. Yeah. Oh, yes, I know. It's always like, she's like, I gotta get my last pet in. Okay, you ready to go? Okay. Yeah, let's go. No, we gotta turn around. Go back this way. She's like, come on. Yeah, okay, ready? First person I've seen out here. Oh, come on! She's trying to get me to go back. Like, why are we turning around? We'll be close enough. They're right there with my 7 mile, so we'll be close enough to 14. I'm not too worried. I can always do a little bit down the trail. Go by me. Come on, go by. We're not going back that way. Come on. Okay, she's just not gonna go around me right now, I guess. She has decided that she is going to hold out hope that we're gonna turn around. Kind of makes sense, because... All right, where are you at? Come on. All right, where are you at? Come on. Because you're only talking like at the most 7 miles, but I'll bet you she dropped him off at the trailhead. So you're talking like 4 or 5 miles is all. There you go. He is just in a little turd right now. He has no motivation to be going back. Now she's just being a turd, pushing me off the trail because she will not just stay in front of me. Will you quit stopping? Gosh dang it. So then I pass her, and then she just comes right up next to my leg again. And she and tries to push me off the trail. Little turd. Whew. I should have asked who her racer is. I wonder if it's one of the elites, one of the pros out here. Just stuck around and we got an interview. Although I would have made to just start carrying my other phone because I could have recorded it off of that. I wonder, actually, now that I think about it, since we just saw all those signs up there, I wonder if right now they're driving around doing the road crossings, because there's just on from here to or from that point to Bumblebee is 3 crossings. So and then there's one more for the next aid station past Bumblebee. And that's really all the road crossings. I mean, there's a few more, but they're like back in on non-major roads by any means. So I wonder if that's what they were doing instead of that guy going out and doing course markings. I wonder if they're both of them are just driving around doing all the road stuff. So I bet you when we get back there, there's probably that road crossing is going to be some signs on the road. Why are you trying to trip me from behind? Cool. Oh great, there's a deer. Nari! Nari, come here! Nari! Oh gosh dang it, she saw him. Motherfucker. Of course. Okay, she held off good. Nari! Can we go chasing him? Nari! Nari! Listen! Good girl. Exact same spot as last time we ran on here. That is weird. Like, the exact same spot that we saw the deer last time. Probably even the same deer. It was the same, you know, like 5 or 6 or 7 of them or so. Same thing. Same number as last time. Oh, hopefully they don't drop down in the canyon. Although if they do, there's no way she's going to be able to follow them. Ooh, the shade feels good. Even though it isn't that warm out here, but I can still feel it though. Definitely still feel it. There's the 8-mile mark. We're in like 10 seconds. We'll hear the beep. What is she looking at? She's looking at. Here comes the guy on the bike. Like I thought I heard a noise. Yeah, I did. So I heard the noise and I was like, and she was stopped looking at something down there, and that's why I was like, what is she looking at? I hear something. And then I all of a sudden caught the movement from behind. It was the guy on the bike. Trying to slow down a little bit to let him get far enough ahead of us, because she will want to chase the guy. Actually, we could go up over around this corner. That'll get us our extra just to do it. I think it's a dead end, and it just circles around the front side of this little knob, so we can do that. whoever was coming up this, I'm guessing in a OHB, was scraping his belly, scraping his skid plate. There's a few spots where you can see, just like, see where he was scraping. Whew, that's the thing I worry about with my van is I don't have skid plates on it. And I'm mostly concerned with just the rear diff because the engine sits high enough. It would be hard to hit. Like, you're gonna hit the cross member before you hit the oil pan or anything. Oh, I've been this way before. There's actually a tank right over there. Yeah, we have been this way before. The last time I've been up down this road, she's been there. She was with me. I thought this wrapped around. Oh, it must be further down that way because I can see the road going down that way. Well, I'll just come up here a little bit, but I thought right here is where there was a road that must have been, might be over there though, I guess. I thought it wrapped around right here, but clearly not. Okay, Nari, we're not going that far. Nari, we're not going all the way. This guy is not going fast down the trail. Which, I mean, I wouldn't be either. He just made it to the gate, though. There's the gate right there. So. Okay, let's go back. This should be well over to put us at our distance we need. Wow, there's a lot of people camped out over here now. I wonder if there's probably a lot of people that are rolling in this week for the race. Oh, I don't know why, but I thought that cell tower right there was mine, but as we discovered last week, it must not be, because I clearly could see it when we were heading off that direction. And my signal bars were getting less and less. Oh. Well, let's get back down and get back on the trail. I just wanted to explore up here because I was like, well, one, we needed a little bit extra distance. Oh, geez, there's a couple people parked up there now. Must be waiting on runners. There's definitely another car there. Let's get back down on this single track and just head back. We should definitely have our distance. I wanted to come up here not only to get the distance, I was like, I think this goes around the front side. I've never been up here. And then we got up there and I'm like, oh, no, I've been on this. Never mind. It just goes all the way over to this tank way over there, which isn't that far. It's like, at the most, we would have got an extra quarter mile is all down that road. So. This should be a fairly quick run down through the canyon, because we got about little less than 6 miles. So an hour maybe, depending on how fast I feel like moving. Oh, geez. But it's like 90% downhill, so, and a very gentle downhill, like maybe like a 6 or 7% grade, which is why they warn everybody on this section, don't go too fast, because it is easy to go too fast, because it's not so steep that you're pounding the F out of your quads. So it's a nice, easy grade to just let your body just coast down, which is what most people should do. But it's also really easy to go too fast. And if you go too fast here, you're gonna feel it later on in the race. Plus everybody has like, I mean, they're still hyped up. At this point, you're only like 8 miles in the race. So, you know, you got all this energy. You're still feeling good. Now me, because I know what the race course is like, back into this course is not conducive to doing negative splits anyways, because that's where all the climbing is. And even though this is a net downhill course, there's a lot of climbing in that backside. So it's like, I know that I would be going slower anyways on the backside. It's gonna affect me. But holding back purposely and doing really conservative isn't gonna help me out later on. And so like do 11-minute pace will have no impact on the second half of the race for me. Going down for whatever reason. Little weirdo. Just enjoy that breeze. Just enjoy that breeze. And she stopped like right in one of the most narrow parts of the trail. So I couldn't get around her either. And she turned a little bit sideways, so then I really couldn't get around her. That was her way of completely hogging the trail and being like, let's just enjoy the moment. Just enjoy the moment. So this feels like it's uphill, but I think really it's flat. But because you're on the downhill so much on here, you hit the flat parts and you're like, oh, it feels like it's uphill. Where are you going? Ooh, that guy, he almost lost it right there too. Because that little, it's the same spot where before I was like, oh, some mountain biker almost went down the ravine there. Looks like he almost did too, because that dirt on that side is a lot more, was thrown out and tossed out, or tore up, I guess you could say. A lot more than it was last time we came through. For those of you on right now watching on YouTube, if you haven't thrown me a subscribe yet, please do that. I'm trying to regrow my channel again after neglecting it for so long. For those of you on Twitch, if you don't follow me, please hit a follow. Let me forget to mention that. I mean, I have the message for Twitch, but it pops up for follows. And yes, I do push-ups. Now, I'm not sure if I get the YouTube subscribing messages. I thought I did, but I think I would. But I'll do push-ups for YouTube subscriptions too. Now, I would say my standard practice is, at least on the Twitch side, if you sub, I will run an extra mile or run a mile, depending on what kind of stream I'm doing. But I mean, I would still do an extra mile today for a Twitch sub. Oh, but I can't be doing that all week. Because after today, I have to really start my taper to make sure my legs are going to be nice and well rested and have a lot of pop to them and everything for my race next weekend. Not this weekend, but next weekend. This weekend I'm doing videography for Black Canyon. So, for those of you racing Black Canyon, you'll see me out there on the course probably with my camera. Make sure you say hi. Crazy how much I can hear the interstate. That freeway from here, I mean, it is a long ways away. You're talking easily 10 or 12 miles away from here. Yet, I can hear it. Okay, enough lollygagging, let's get going. Let's get going, because, oh yeah, I'm gonna be well within my time. Like, I did not want to exceed 4 hours by any means. I was hoping to be around 3.5 hours. I will probably be about 3.5 hours. Between 3 and 3.5 is what I'm shooting for. Although my dog is going a little bit slower now, so who knows? I mean, we have a little less than 5 miles to go, and I'm only at 2 hours and 25 minutes. So if I can't do less than 5 hours and less than an hour, then she's really going slow. Like, I can do it, but she's definitely starting to slow down. I think the sun is starting to wear on her now. Whoa, just tried to take me out. She's still wagging her tail though, so she's still a happy girl. Still a happy girl. She knows I'm talking about her. Every time I say that, she wags her tail a little bit more. The only thing that sucks a lot of times about doing videography is I don't get to watch the race unfold. Now, I'm definitely going to be, I'm going to keep my iPad on me so that I can just have the live stream on, the broadcast on. The sucky thing about that is it's delayed, so I hear the studio feed, which is about 30 seconds ahead of the broadcast. So then I'll hear something and then I have to wait like 30 seconds. Like if something big happens, like a move is made or something, you know. So then I can hear it and then I have to wait before I can see it. Now, when I'm doing actual videography, like if I'm out there on the camera, then I can see the live studio feed as well. So then I get real time versus the delay from watching the broadcast, which is super nice. Which is always kind of funny a lot of times because, you know, when you're in kind of a lull and I'm listening to the studio feed and, you know, you're at an aid station or talking to crew people or whatever, and they're watching the broadcast, and then all of a sudden you'll hear something in the studio feed and you're like, oh geez, so-and-so just did this. And then it pops up like 30 seconds later on the feed they're watching and they're like so confused, like, how do you know that? Do you know the future? Or a lot of times, like when, like you can't hear it, they have the audio out on the broadcast turned off, but I can still hear the studio feed, and so they'll be talking about something. You kind of get all this background information, especially if the real cool thing is like they bring someone on for an interview or something, like a crew person or a spouse or whatever, and before they go live with the interview, you can hear the conversing back and forth ahead of time of stuff that you don't necessarily want, you know, on in the interview type of thing, and you're like, learn so much secret stuff, you know, because with doing the broadcast, sometimes you got to be a little sneaky about what information you give, you know, if you're like a crew person or something, because, you know, all the people you're competing against, their crews can watch the broadcast. I mean, for the longer races like Cogadona, people like Jeff Garmeyer and Kevin Goldberg, while they're out there racing, are watching the broadcast. So if you as a competitor give a little too much information, your competitor is going to know it. There's one downside about the broadcast is, you know, everybody else knows what's going on too. So it's hard to play games, or maybe not play games, but to hide things. Like if you're having problems as an athlete, clearly having problems, and you come into an aid station, say you're in the lead, and you know, you're on mile like 70 on course, and you come into the next aid station and you're not looking too good, they're gonna see that on the broadcast. And so then the person in second place, it might only be like 3 or 4 minutes behind, their crew is like, hey, so-and-so wasn't looking so good. And so just try and push him and you could probably overtake him, you know, type of thing. You could probably break him. Or the, you know, the opposite, oh geez, is more true. Because I mean, even at the aid stations, the other crews are watching the other crews, you know, so you don't have to have the broadcast on, but like say you're the first place guy, yet, you know, either a drone feed or a run cam or something is on the second place guy who clearly doesn't look like they're doing so good. Well, if they're watching the broadcast and they in their first place, you know, the guy in the first place comes into his crew at the aid station, they can be like, hey, so-and-so looks like they're struggling, so if you just hammer it a little bit on this next section, then, you know, you're gonna solidify first place type of thing. Where if you didn't have a broadcast going on, they wouldn't know that. And we try and be very respectful as videographers and cameramen, like drone pilots, all that. And if an athlete is in, say, a vulnerable condition, we will try and be respectful and not show stuff on cameras and stuff. It's like, you know, people that are watching the live stream, say like somebody all of a sudden has to puke. Me as a camera guy, I'm moving the camera off. You don't need to see that on the live stream. But then everybody in the chat is like, no, we want to see it. No, you don't need to see it. Let them have their moment. But then I also, you know, I kind of go back and forth, because then like in Western states, they have tents set up where the media are not allowed. So if you're an athlete and you want to come in and not have to worry about, you know, say you're not in a good place and you don't want a lot of media attention while you're doing your aid station crew stuff. It's like, I look at it from the other side of, you know, if this was like UTMB or you know, ESPN or NBC Sports or something, it don't matter. Like, you being in that race, you know, especially if you're a pro, you know that you're gonna that's just how it is. You're gonna be on the camera. Get used to the spotlight. So I see it from both sides. I feel bad last year I got Howie Stern in trouble, but also he should have gotten in trouble. Like, I think it was at, what was it, Uray? Hard Rock? And they had one of those tents where you could go into and media wasn't allowed. Now from where I was allowed to set up my camera, I could zoom in inside the tent, and they couldn't say anything about it or anything like that. But I had all access to everything as the camera guy, but even they wouldn't let me go in. The aid station captain wouldn't let me go in for that, into there, even though I was a broadcast, which I think the aid station captain got in trouble anyways. I got the aid station captain in trouble as well, because that person was a total dick. Like, total dick. Like, I, for the broadcast, is supposed to have any access I want. And when I first got there, I'm always trying to be very cordial. And I go and I seek out the aid station captain. And I'm like, you know, let him know who I am. And I ask them, like, is there any places you don't want me to be so you guys can still do what you're doing? I don't want to be in the way. I don't want to impede any athletes, all that kind of stuff. I showed up there, and that person immediately was just a total dick. And then at one point, the person was like, hey, there's all these media people over here, you need to do something. I'm like, I'm just live stream, lady. Like, I am not the media guy. You need to talk to Ryan and get him to do something about it. Like, I am just, now if you're talking live stream stuff, I can relay back to the director and the producer and we can get it taken care of. And but I got Howie Stern in trouble because, so I'm being respectful to the aid station captain and hanging out on my corner where I could still zoom in with the camera into the non-media tent. And I think it was the second place female came in, and second or third place, I don't remember. And she went into the non-media access tent, which is fine if that's what she wanted to do. And then I look and it's right on the live stream because, like I said, I can zoom in a little bit. Now they did have her crew and everything was definitely blocking. They knew where the camera was, so they're blocking things. But then you look and there's Howie Stern in there with his camera, taking pictures, doing whatever. And it was like, lost his media credentials for the race to even be anywhere. And the athlete, whoever it was, second or third, I don't remember, she wanted him in there, like gave him permission. He was doing like her media stuff, like he had the, you know, some sort of deal, contract deal or whatever to do her media stuff. And it's like, well, if you're okay with him being in there, then you're not supposed to be in there. It's pretty much what it came down to. Is that is a no media access tent. So you either need to have media or not. You have to choose. But yeah, he got the media guy for Hard Rock. Or not Ryan, Dan Ryan is his name. Was pissed. Like he was about ready to go and just revoke his media credentials right away. But he like told him that that's not okay, and told him if he does it again, he will. In light of the fact that, you know, she said it was okay. For him to be there. but then they had to inform her crew that, hey, either there's no media access or there's media access. You can't go into the no media and then give permission to one guy. You know, especially for a high profile race like that. You know me, get people in trouble. Western States, I got stations there, but it was like the Michigan Bluff, that's what it was. I rolled up in there, and the RD, specifically because when they told me I was going to that aid station, I asked the guy, the director, I was like, well, am I gonna be able to drive all the way down there? Because I'm not gonna carry freaking, $20,000 worth of equipment, that weighs 100 110 pounds total, a mile and a half down a hill to set up and do whatever. And I had a text message between the director and the RD saying, yes, you will be able to drive all the way down. So then I get to where the little parking area is for the crew and stuff, where they can't go any further. And with my all access pass even, which, so it shouldn't even been a question, my all access pass, and the person at the top there was like, I'm like, yeah, I'm with the broadcast, so I get to drive all the way down. Nope, nobody gets to drive all the way down there. I'm like, well, I do. Nope, everybody needs to park right here and you're gonna have to walk your ass down there. And I go, I have specific permission from the RD saying I will be able to go down there. Well, you call him up then and let him and have him tell me. So I parked. I'm like, okay, I will. And it was funny because Brett was with me that day. He looks over at me and goes, do you have his phone number? I'm like, yes, I do. And I got out and started to call it. And as soon as I started to call the number, somebody else came running over like, no, you're good, you can go. And I think the guy that was doing the little, like the parking stuff, I think he got a stern talking to, because he went on a power trip, and I think whoever was in charge of him definitely knew I was allowed to go down there. Well, and the other funny thing is one of the people that owned a place at Michigan Bluff gave us specific permission to be able to park at their house. So they can't tell me I can't even go down there, because you're like, well, I'm just going to my house, you know, this guy's house. And then the other funny thing is, while we were there, other people were driving down there that definitely did not have permission. And they were parking in front of other people's houses, even though there's big signs that say, you know, private property, no parking here, or whatever, all that. They're obviously not a big fan of the race, being on the race course every year. It's probably the bane of their existence, having to deal with that day of all these people coming through. But somebody parked there, like a spectator or crew or something, and that house called the sheriff showed up, and like, I don't know if it ever got towed, but I wouldn't doubt a tow truck was on its way to go. Like, so clearly other people made it down there that didn't even have the authorization to get down there. Why would he give me so much crap? But that's one thing they gotta do, is a lot of these races for the live stream, we have specific all access permissions that regular media doesn't have, and yet they give us the exact same media pass as everybody else. And it's like, no, you need to give us something different, at least for like races like this that are the same company that is doing the broadcast is the same company that owns the race. They have live stream media credentials that they give to the live stream people. But like Western States, we've had our own special all access, and people were still giving us crap. And I think it's just because they didn't know. But Hard Rock is the same no matter what. It's like a media credential is a media credential. You know, if you're going to have us doing
live stream. You need to have a separate one just for us that is more of an all access, because I think like last year, and it would have been the first aid station. It wasn't the first spot they were having a camera for a live stream, but it was the first aid station, and it's a drive up into there, and pretty rough road. And if you're a media, you're supposed to park way down at the bottom, which is about 1.5 miles away, and then walk up. Well, I'm like, I'm not doing that again. You know, $20,000 worth of equipment. I'm not walking 1.5 miles with 1,000 feet of vert, carrying 100 pounds of equipment. Ain't gonna happen. So I just drove all the way up, talked to the, you know, once we got out there, talked to the aid station guy and was like, hey, I'm with the live stream or whatever, and want to be out of your guys' way and all this. And it's like, you know, just let me know where I can park and all this. And he's like, oh, you're good right there. And well, then the media guy for Hard Rock rolls in his vehicle, and he looks at me and he's like, you were supposed to park all the way down there. And I go, well, I talked to the aid station captain, and he was fine with me being up here. And he's like, oh, okay, well, if he said it was okay. And I go, plus, if you would have told me that's where I was supposed to park, I would have gave you the big middle finger and been like, well, I ain't going up there then. And he looked at me like, really? Like, yeah, what do you expect, dude? Like, either that, or if I'm going to be hucking equipment like that, then you're paying me a lot more money than you are. Because my wages are operating the camera and all that kind of stuff, not hiking 1.5 miles with 1,000 feet of vert three times throughout the race. The one that, and then you got the one at Maggie Gulch. When I rolled into there, I mean, first off, they were like, can you get to Maggie Gulch? And the producer asked me, and I was like, well, I'll drive out up there and see if I can get up there. So I drove up there, and I was a little sketchy, but I made it fine. There's only like one little like 1/4 mile section that was a little sketch. Other than that, drive is perfectly fine. So I told him, like, yeah, I'm good. And then throughout the whole, like the next couple of days, when, you know, I'm talking to people where I'm going to be at and all that kind of stuff, and everybody's like, can you get all the way up there? I'm like, dude, compared to, I drove my stock van up over Cinnamon Pass, which is one of the worst passes, the worst roads. And now I have a lift kit and bigger tires and way more ground clearance and all that kind of stuff. It is a beefy off-road vehicle now, comparatively speaking, for a conversion van. And so, like, I'd easily be able to make it up over Cinnamon now. An Engineer both. Like, when I went up Engineer, I was stock as well. So I didn't quite make it to the top there because there was one little thing that I could have probably made it over, but I didn't want to chance it. It was really close to the top. I was like one switch back from the top, but easily could make it now to the top. But anyways, we rolled into Maggie because we had to, you know, it was middle of the night getting out to Maggie. It was like dark. And I got, because that road is super narrow, there's no pull-offs or anything. And so I was just about 1/10 of a mile back from the aid station and walked up, introduced myself to the aid station captain, who was excited we were there. That dude was awesome. That was my favorite That was my favorite aid station out of all of them that I was at. Those peeps were awesome. And I was like, well, I mean, I'll just find if you're okay with it, I'll just find a spot up here to get as far off the road as I can, and then we'll bring our equipment in. And he looked at me and he goes, just park right there. I'm like, I'm in the middle of the road. Like, he's like, there ain't nobody coming in. And if there is somebody coming in, they definitely don't need to be coming down the road. He's like, nobody's leaving here, so just park right there. So I was like, really? It's like, yeah, that'll block anybody from trying to be a dumbass and drive all the way up here. No, I didn't just park right there. I did get off the road just in case. Because you never know in an emergency, you know, if somebody needs to get in or whatever. But yeah, that dude was awesome. He wanted me to park in the middle of the road just so nobody else could come in. Those guys were awesome. Now, frickin' Ludo is frickin' screaming so fast though that setting a course record that he actually, I was still setting everything up before he rolled in. And so I was scrambling to get the camera feed up, and it took, like, the Starlink is what takes the longest because it had to, you know, find the, because I was using my Gen 1 at the time, so it had to find a signal and all that kind of stuff. Well, so we ended up having to just record on our phones and then submit it so that they could see him coming into the aid station, because he came in through so fast and he was gone before I got the feed up. Well, then the next guy coming in was like 2 hours behind him or something. Which was nice, because then I was able to get a little bit of a nap. But, whew. Cunningham was pretty cool too. I rolled into there, and the guy that's manning the little parking area and stuff, like, I rolled into there and he didn't even question me, nothing. He moved the cones so I could go park right where, like not the crew access, but the aid station worker access, that's where they parked at. He just ushered me in. I was replacing somebody, and so I got my feed up, and then he packed all his stuff up and moved, and then I just parked in his spot. But there, I was just there for the cutoffs and everything. So once the aid station shut down, I left there and then got to go do some run cam stuff at the finish for the final people coming in. That was a lot of fun. I'm glad I got to do some run cam, because they don't pay me to do run cam. So, but they had somebody on the finish line, so I was able to do run cam. I brought in I think what ended up being the second to the last, or was it the last? I don't even remember. I think there was one person behind her, but it was definitely the people's champion in chat. And that feed was, like, I go back and I watch that part of the live stream all the time, because you hear, I know Chris Ward was on there, I think it was AJW as well, he was doing the commentating, and I'm heading out, and you hear Chris and AJ go, well, if Shad doesn't see anybody in the next like 30 seconds, then unfortunately we're probably not going to have another competitor come in. And she was in tears because she didn't think she was going to make it. And I caught up to him, and I'm like, come on. You know, I was like trying to tell her that. And I looked at my watch and I go, at the pace you're moving right now, you're still going to have like 2 or 3 minutes left. And as soon as I said that, I think it finally clicked in her brain. And she, like, instead of tears of sorrow, it was tears of joy. And you could tell it like changed everything. She started picking up the pace a little bit. And yeah, she ended up finishing like 5 minutes left. That was one of the highlights of any time I've ever done run cam. It was so much fun. My other highlight was Coconut 250 like 2 years ago, I think. And this guy, he was a, you know, back of the pack type of person. And I get to the top of Hospital Hill to bring him in because I could see on the tracker he was coming in, and I don't think that's a car. Might be. I saw a white thing up here. I think it's just a tank. But I see this old guy and this old lady in a wheelchair, and so I was waiting at the top of the intersection because I could see him coming down the street. And he was like, well, I can cross the street and I'm not going to make it very far, so I might as well just wait for him here. I can hit the light, you know, time hitting the light right, so when he gets there, he has the crossing signal. And I was talking to the 2 old people, and they were like, yeah, this is our son. We're going to run the last mile with him. And I'm like, this old guy looked like he could barely move. This old lady's in a wheelchair. I'm like, run the last mile with him. I'm like, what? And anyway, so he gets to the top of the hill there and says hi to his parents, and he was like super happy. And this old guy, God dang, here he was, kept up. You know, he was doing about a 11, 12 minute mile, running down the hill with his son and mom in her electric wheelchair, which I didn't know had a gear like that, just cruising down the road the whole time next to him, saying how proud she was of him and everything. I still get choked up about it. One of my favorite, probably my favorite highlight of ever doing run cam stuff. Like how proud she was, it was ridiculous. Like I was crying running down the street next to him. It's a good thing I didn't have the camera on me because I was sobbing. There's quite a few times when I do cry when I'm doing that, just because a lot of it's very emotional, especially with your golden hour people. And that guy wasn't even a golden hour people. Yeah, so Bumblebee is 6.5 miles from here. Because we almost made it. We were within half a mile of making it there the other day when we ran that way. Yeah, so they were doing course markings, it looks like. But those signs are new too. They're flagging for the course. Because we did see Jubilee and Fox. Can't forget Fox. I actually recognized Fox before I recognized Jubilee. That's what's funny. and it wasn't until after we passed them. I mean, I said hi to him, but just my normal, like, hi I say to anybody. And then I felt bad because we got about, we got past them, past the corral. And then all of a sudden it dawned on me, like, wait a minute, that was Fox and Jubilee. Then I felt bad. I didn't stop and say hi, but it's okay. I have no idea where my dog is. I don't hear her. She clearly, oh, there she is. She's way up over there, leaving me in the dust. Ah. That would be one idea for my podcast, is to tell stories of run cam, like just good stories like that. I'm sure I could probably get like Dave Dennis or Dr. Stephen Crawford, or a lot of those people on there to talk about that. Oh, podcast fairly short, and I could talk for hours telling stories and stuff like that. Just good quality, heartfelt stories, good feel stories like that. Although it would be funny to get other things on there too, like when Adam, during the little kids race at the Runt last year, tripped and fell while doing the camera right on live stream. I think they had the camera on his feet, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I mean, he biffed it hard, like he re-injured, like he cracked his ribs not too long before that, and he re-injured his ribs even because he hit hard. But even though that's not necessarily a funny story, it is a funny story. I mean, these are, when I say little kids, I'm talking like under the age of like 5, it's like kids. It's not like you're running very fast. Although that first group of kids, I tried taking off with them, they were running fast. Now, of course, they don't know how to pace themselves, so they died off pretty fast. But gosh dang, I think I ran with them for maybe the first like 10th of a mile or something. These kids were doing like 5-minute miles. I'm like, gosh dang. I bet you Chris Warden would even have a couple good stories, because I know he's done some run cam stuff. Because run cam isn't necessarily full on running with all the competitors either. A lot of it is sometimes just bringing them into an aid station and following them around, as they do their crew stuff or whatever. So you're not really running, but you're still in on the action. Because before we had professional videographers and field commentation and stuff like that, all the footage we got at the aid stations was just somebody with a run cam. We usually had, on a lot of the broadcasts, we would have one just dedicated person at the aid station just wandering around with a run cam, and then you'd have 1 or 2 people that would, usually 2, you'd have one that would run out as a runner was coming in. He'd run out like half a mile or so and then bring them into the aid station, and then when they left, the other person would run about half a mile out to take them out of the aid station. So you had 3 people at each aid station to get all the footage, all with run cams. Now we have professional videographers in a lot of those locations. Not at all of them. A lot of the aid stations, we still have, you know, just a run cam, or at best, a static cam, like a little Panasonic static cam or something. I definitely tell I haven't been drinking enough water. Whew, I haven't had any nutrition, and I actually feel good there. I brought some with me, I just never took the opportunity to do it. My dog though. There she is. Whatever I'm looking for is because I can't hear her, because she's usually just standing still for some reason. As long as she's moving, I can hear her. Because I try to always put her, it's technically a bear bell. It sounds like a cowbell in a lot of ways. It was funny because people always, oh, it makes sense. All of a sudden I see a mine stake right there, and I'm like looking at all this quartz around here, thinking to myself that there's some good stuff here. Obviously somebody else thought so too. It's like a lot of people, those, especially even Mount Helena, people will be like, are you worried about bears? I'm like, no, it's so I can hear where she's at. I could care less about bears. Although now if you go to the South Trailhead, like I've seen black bear on that trail. It's about 8 miles from like Mount Helena all the way down to South Trailhead. You're on the Helena Ridge Trail. And I've seen black bear in there. Well then, last spring, somebody saw a grizzly for the first time in like 60 years back in there. So now it's like, okay, I guess I have to start carrying my bear spray now, even in that area. She's definitely slowed down. I'm walking right now and keeping up with her. If she wants to run, I'm good for running. I still feel good. And we still have a mile. Oh gosh, as I trip over rocks. Let her get past me since she likes to try and trip me from behind. Little weirdo. Have they posted the race brief? I haven't gotten on the Aeroiba YouTube channel for a long time. I'm guessing they have. They probably did a couple weeks ago. I should watch it. I like to watch the race briefs before each race that I do videography for, just because I don't want to overstep my bounds. I like trying to follow the same rules as everybody else needs to, but even more so, I try and, as long as I know what the rules are, you'd be surprised how many people come up and ask you questions when they know you're, you know, part of the official broadcast team with the race organization. So I like to know all the rules and then, you know, even enforce something if I need to, because somebody's being stupid. I have no problem speaking up and being like, hey, you can't do that. In fact, I've had to do that before. Where was that? What race was that? Oh, Javelina. I'm way out at Rattlesnake, I think was the name of it. And, or whatever the one was. Basically the last aid station before the end. Wasn't that Rattlesnake? I don't remember. But I'm way, you know, I'm out there doing videography. And I pretty much spent the whole day there pretty much. And I was there for like 8 or 10 hours, or no, it was more than that, like 12 hours. I went through two commentators the whole time I was sitting out there. And towards the end, when a lot of the runners were on the last loop, all of a sudden we noticed there's people spectating or all that kind of stuff. And there was even one that somebody showed up and they were gonna try and crew out there, and I'm like, you're gonna get your runner disqualified. Like, one, they put out, not only in the runner's guide, but race briefing, all that stuff, no spectating out there either, because it's a congested area. You can't have a lot of people out there. Like, there was literally only 3 vehicles out there. The medical, the ice truck, and my vehicle, because I had the mobile studio. The only 3 vehicles out there, because even the aid station people were being shuttled in. Like, they had a shuttle that ran to either pick up or take the aid station people, or pick up runners that dropped right there. Well, the only vehicles that were allowed to stop out there. And all of a sudden we're noticing all these vehicles a ways down the road. They're parking on the side of the road, and then they're walking in to the road crossing to spectate and do whatever. And try to speak up and be like, hey, there's no spectating or anything here, so you're gonna get your runner disqualified. Like, some people listened, some people didn't. I don't know if anybody ever actually did get disqualified, but it's like, I know the aid station captain. And if I know him as well as I think I know him, he is not going to put up with it, and you are going to get your runner disqualified. Because Tom was the aid station captain. He's very cordial, a very good aid station captain. One of the best I've had to deal with. He will try and urge somebody to keep going instead of dropping, but he will also not put up with any shit. I think somebody, the other day I was talking about, there was that vehicle that was parked here. I think they were staking out a mining claim, because I see a whole lot more out here with wooden stakes, which luckily it's not close to the race course, because, and it is a different color, but from a distance it looks like the same color. See, there's these stakes right here. These are all new. Those weren't there last week before that car was here. This is what the actual course marking looks like. It's an orange with black polka dots, but there's a lot of pink flagging out here that could confuse people if they were any closer to the race course. Even though I don't know how you would get lost on this section, because the single track is the only single track out here. And you're on single track for at least the next, well, till Bumblebee. And then even on the other side of Bumblebee, you're on single track. Gosh dang, for miles and miles. And you barely have any road crossings even. Granted, you have a road crossing right, well, we just had that one back there, but very obvious that the trail goes by. Same thing out here on our road that I'm camped out on. All I do is just follow the trail. No reason why you should all of a sudden decide to, you know what, I'm going to turn left or turn right on this road. Especially being that you're only, well, at this point about 13, 14 miles in to the race. I'm pretty sure the aid station back there at the main road was like 12.4 or 12.5 or something like that. Somewhere around 12 and a half. And we've gone about well, probably about a mile and a half past that now, so. Oh, that breeze feels so good. I'm actually just enjoying that breeze. Snow ox or something? I just noticed it did say that you subscribed. Thank you. I don't know why the alert didn't pop up, but thank you so much for this sub. Dude. Well, you know what that means. I got to run an extra mile. Thank you so much for that. Sorry, you probably subbed a long time ago, but the alert I didn't hear the alert. I don't know why it didn't pop up, but thank you so much. If you're still here, I hope you are. Oh, the hard part's gonna be convincing her to go. So we're just gonna go a half mile out and a half mile back. I'll still be within my mileage tolerance for today, so I can knock out that extra mile for the sub. Oh, they do have a sign here for the road crossing, telling you, just in case you're not smart enough to realize that the road goes straight across. Well, it doesn't look like I'm gonna have to convince her to do it. She's ready. They do have a arrow saying to go that way. Oh man. Ooh, I just lost that breeze. They got like 10-degree feel. The real feel is like 10 degrees warmer all of a sudden. Like 10-second period. Okay. Cause I'm within a quarter mile of my van now, so we're just gonna go out here and for half a mile and then come back. So at 14 basically 14 and a quarter. No, 14. That wouldn't be half a mile. What am I thinking? No, that would be half a mile. Yeah, 14 and a quarter. Ooh, I just drank a lot of water too. Now my tummy is giving me the burpees. Oh. Sure, I was worried I was gonna have to convince her to do this. She's like, let's go. I mean, she should be. Well, it's obvious she's pretty tired. Like, I want to just run and get it over with, but she is not moving that fast because she is tired. There we go. She's moving now. A quarter mile to go, and then we'll turn around. There's the 14-mile mark. Are you gonna go around me or not? Are you good? Do you need some water? Well, I mean, we're so close to being done. We got less than a mile to be done. There we go, we're back. I hit a little bit of a dead zone there. Like, oh no, we're so close to the end. Don't do this. This area is relatively cool because there's a lot of shade right here with all these whatever kind of bushes they are. I don't know what these are. Whatever these are right here. All the mesquites are pretty much, well, they look dead, but they just lost all their leaves is all. That's all these. That right there is a mesquite. Hasn't grown his or her leaves back yet for the springtime. there's that breeze again. It feels so nice. So nice. I don't want to go back into this canyon just to turn right around and have to go back over this gully just to turn around and go right back through it again. But oh well, I'm gonna give that full mile, because literally it'll be, once I get right there is where I'm gonna have to turn around. I might not even make it to there. Right here. Where's she at? Okay, all right, come on, we're gonna turn around. We're going back. That was our half-mile turnaround. So we didn't even make it over that nice thing. I didn't even make it all the way to the end of that little gully. Ah, but now I can't feel that breeze anymore. I'm gonna roast, because now it's at my back and it's only blowing it, you know, maybe 3 to 5 miles an hour at the most, which is slower than what I'm running. Yeah, she's definitely pretty much done. She had to stop to do an emergency pee. But we'll get going. I was letting you go by me, you fool. She like just stopped right next to me, give me a big old smile. Give me a big old smile. Okay, well, let's get back to the van so we can get out of this heat. And if we get another sub, well, they'll just have to wait till tonight, I guess, for us to run a mile. Of course, this section is the one she decides she wants to run through, and I'm like, oh, but the shade is so nice. How about we just walk through it? Oh, we're going to be a little bit longer time-wise. I was supposed to be between 3 and 3.5. I just hit 3.5, but a lot of that's just my fault of walking. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna lose signal if you decide to stop right when I have 0 signal. I'm gonna lose the stream. Okay, I'm just going around you. I don't care. I don't care what you do. You can either follow me or not. Just don't tackle me from behind, weirdo. I'm gonna give her one of her frozen treats when we get back. Not right when we get back. I'll let her like settle down a little bit, but then I'll give her one. Does flagging say anything on it? No. Some of their flags, they have like, I guess here you definitely wouldn't have to worry about it, but they have little reflectors on them that say, you know, have the little placard with the race on it and everything. But here, since you're so early on in the race, hey, there ain't nobody. You'll be missing the first cutoff by 10 hours if you haven't made it through here before it starts getting dark. Her reaction every time. I'm pretty sure she just stands there like that on purpose and sticks her butt up at me just so when I run by I pinch her tushy and make the noise, and then she gets all happy and excited like, ah, that was so much fun. I feel like I'm running in Europe right now with my dog running right next to me with all the cows and horses and goats and all that over there that all have the big old bells on them. Okay, there's our mile. Ooh. Oh, now we just gotta walk this last quarter mile or so. Let me change cameras, there we go. And that way I can talk to you guys for a bit, even though I can barely see chat because of the way the sun is shining on my screen, but hello chat. Again, thank you for the new follows today, all the new sub. Again, I'm pretty sure I don't know if anybody subscribed to my YouTube, but if you did, thank you so much. And if you did, I will find out. And so if you come back for tonight's little sunset stroll, we'll call it, there's usually a little bit of running in there too, but most of that is just to get her a couple miles of exercise before bed. But if you come back for that, I will definitely. I don't do that on YouTube though. I usually only do Twitch for our night stuff. But I will definitely knock out the push-ups at that time if I do have any new subscribers on YouTube. Holy cow. There we go. There's that wind. That last half mile, I started getting really overheated because I couldn't feel the breeze anymore. Now I can feel it. I'm almost out of water. All right, don't eat that. So what? I wasn't eating that. I don't know what that is. Looks like freaking 2-year-old poop. It's been all dried out in the sun. Coyote poop at that. Oh, that breeze feels so good. Oh, that feels so nice. This is a heck of a climb at the end of 15 miles, which is what we'll be at when I get up to the van. late in the shade because the dirt is really sandy right next to the van, and so she usually tries to run up there as fast as she can and unplug because the battery's good enough. It's actually, oddly enough, charged on today's run. Usually it just holds steady, but we got about 20% charge, actually more than that. I think I was down to 35%. I'm at 60 now. What is that? Well, I guess that is 25% charge. That's what I used to do, but like I used to slowly charge when I had it plugged in, but here the last few weeks it has not been wanting to do that. Oh man. I need to buy an actual USB, a blue USB to USB-A 2.0 to a USB-C 3 cord, because then I would be able to charge for sure. But right now I just got the USB-A 1.0 to USB-C. Yeah, there we go. I think tonight we'll do just like pretty much the exact same thing we did last night. We'll just go down to the single track and then go down where we were just at, go down that trail to the high point and then turn around and come back. If even the high point, who knows? Depends on how my leggies will feel. Because I don't want to do too much. That's 3 miles if we go to the high point. I'd like to keep it actually to no more than 2. Because otherwise I'm going to be doing way more mileage this week. And I'm supposed to be tapering. Tomorrow morning, I think we'll just probably just run down that way on the trail 4 miles and then turn around and come back. And I might not even do 4 miles. We might just do, or we could do the loop. The loop is about 7 miles. It's a lot. I just love the views up on top of the ridge. I just don't feel like doing any more climbing. It's not a lot of climbing. It's only like 500-600 feet, but yeah, my dog's laying in the sand. Oh, I got 0.03 to do. 0.3. My dog thinks I'm going somewhere. I'm not going anywhere. Go lay in the dirt. He just doesn't want to be left behind. So we're just gonna walk around a little bit. I don't normally do this, but the only reason why I'm doing this is we were doing 14 and I got a sub, so I have to make sure I get that extra mile. That's just the way it is. So I must have turned around just a little bit earlier than I thought. There we go. 15. Although my watch hasn't beeped yet, but there we go. Like my watch clearly says 15 on it. What the heck? Here we go. And we are finished. Oh, okay, now all about recovery. All about the recovery. Why are you sticking your butt up in the air, you fool? What are you chewing on that you don't need to be chewing on? You're in your, I'm protecting something I'm not supposed to have. Pose. Yeah. Yeah, that's what that was. Yeah. Yeah, that's what that was. Go get a drink. Get a drink. Jump up, get a drink. No, a drink. You know, drink, 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 drink. Slobber, 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 slobber. Slobber, 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 slobber. What are you looking at me for? Oh, you got a whole bowl full of food and your water right there. Don't look at me like you want something. Weirdo. Probably gonna have to charge this. Did you bite something you're not supposed to? Like, did you bite a bee or something? You got a cactus in your mouth? What is going on? You got something going on. You do have a cactus needle. Come here. Yeah, come here, you. Let me. Nope. Hey. No. Let me help you. Hold on. All right. Let me help you. Stop. Hey. You little butthead. You are such a turd. I'm going to have to pin her down on the bed. She has a big old cactus needle hanging out her lip. And she won't let me get it off of there. Glove at? Oh, there's my hat. Where's the glove at though? Those are my rock hard gummy clusters because they've been in my vest for so long, but that. Where the heck is my glove at? Don't tell me I lost that. No. Are you fucking kidding me? I lost my freaking leather glove somewhere. Well, that freaking sucks. Unless it's in the back, but let's see how it would be. No, definitely not back there. Well, that sucks. That was a good quality leather glove, too. You still got the thing hanging off? Or did you get it off? I think she got it off, so I don't have to worry about it anyways. I don't see it hanging there anymore. It wasn't a cactus, unless she... Oh no, there's still something there. Or she's at least acting like there's something there. It might be stuck on the top of her roof of her mouth now. I don't know. Okay, well that's gonna be it, everybody. I gotta now try and relax for the rest of the afternoon. I gotta do a little bit of computer work for sure. And we're just gonna try and do full recovery. We're in our taper. We are officially in our taper now after that run. So, yeah, so that's gonna be it. Bye everyone. I love y'all. I'll see you guys on Twitch tonight. Bye everyone.